Good evening. It is February 17 already. Second live stream for this week already. We're focusing on Office development today. That is creating a Blazor add-in in Office, with Office, together with Office, whatever you call it. Let's check my streams quickly. Twitch is live, I think. YouTube is live. Cool. The only thing that's not ready is my Fish Studio, because that's still updating to the latest preview version. But let's first start the show. Welcome back. Last week we interacted with the Office JavaScript intro, and we made some progress there by creating this web add-in. Let's go to this code window, and we still have to wait for the latest version. Not 2019, we're on 2022 preview. And while we are waiting for this, I wanted to quickly check out a couple of things. While we were offline, Loka Samesta Sukinyo Bavantu followed the channel on Twitch. Thanks for that. Cool. Let's go to Google quickly. What I found in one of the books by Michael Slatskovsky, difficult name, something. Let's have a look. I thought I had a copy to that, a link to that, but apparently not. What I found was my own blog post from a long time ago. I tend to get this more often if I'm looking for something, and I was looking for a request context in this this time. Slatkovsky Miguel. He wrote a book, Building Office Add-ins.com. That's this one. Don't think it's finished, but there's a lot of information in there anyway. And he's explaining things like the request context thing to get your context from Excel or Word. Usually what we've seen so far is that we use the Excel run option or the Word run option and then do the return context sync part. And but apparently there's also an option to use request context. And maybe that's more of a benefit to us because we are interrupting with C# to OfficeJS, and that's a challenge on its own. Let's this really slow update this because I started this way before this live stream already. Also, let's go to GitHub quickly. to our project and see what we had open there. Welcome to the all new project. It's still in beta. Software software will get to the beta version. Office Blazor web assembly add-in. Nav menu should take scroll bar into account. Style the menu. Get return values from JavaScript interop. That's maybe something that we want to do today. Style the loading page a little bit more. Yeah. Use Blazor components. That's another one I want to add to the application. Thank you for your spam. I'm not sure how that's pronounced because it's Russian. But if you don't know, these spam links from YouTube, they will be filtered out by the YouTube engine. So no use to put that in. Is that your way of living? Bring in spam links in YouTube? I wish you all the luck with that. I'm probably talking to a bot anyway. Back to this one. Where is it? This book. Search for request context. That's not in place. Because it's probably also not completely public here. Building it in using Visual Studio. These are only parts of the book. If you're interested in more internals from the OfficeJS part, this I can really recommend this part, this book, and you can just download, buy the copy for as much as $11.99. Oh, and you can move it up if you like. Why is it doing this? Oh, you can. It was changed already. Minimum price now $15.99, and maximum 40. Download sample book content and buy it today. I already bought it years ago, I think. Human verification. How to get Office app version value using OfficeJS. There is not, though I'd be curious to learn the scenario. That's him. 8,000 points. What's my score here? Let's check that out. Oh, 1800. Oh, I got a new achievement. A yearling badge. for 2020. 20 badges. I've been a member for 6 years and 1 month now. Cool. I must say I'm not that often on Stack Overflow anymore. Usually more on GitHub these days. This one is finished. 17.2.0 preview 1.0. Let's have a look at the release notes. Summary of what's new. This release, the add dependency dialog in connected services now features a search experience. Okay. Git tooling. Line staging support, also known as interactive staging. Git changes. Is that now inline? Line staging support, also known as interactive staging, is one of the most popular Git suggestion tickets. Go from one thing to the other. Stage individual lines and hunks in a file. Implement command stage selected ranges from Visual Studio Code. Stage selected files, selected lines. Okay. That's an interesting update. Color margin support. It's like this little thingy there or something. Color margin support. The first thing you probably notice in this feature is that the editor now visualizes Git changes on both the scroll bar and the margin. Okay. This makes it easy to differentiate between saved and not saved changes that you added, deleted or modified. Tip: you can change the default color margins colors by navigating Tools, Options, Fonts and Colors and selecting your favorite colors on the track additions, deletions and modifications in Documents and Source Control. Peak Difference Editor support. Color margins are interactive and clicking them triggers the Peak Difference UI, where you can view the changes right in the editor without switching context. The Peak Difference UI summarizes the number of added and removed lines and makes it easy to navigate between the changes of up and down arrow. You can also access peak difference by right-clicking the line with changes and select peak difference by utilizing Alt F8 keyboard shortcut. Alt F8, another one to remember. Use your preferred div layout. If you prefer an inline div, you can use the div configuration option gear in the top right corner of the div window and switch to the inline div mode. This gear, inline, then you have one editor maybe. Chunks of code. You can stage any chunk of code using the peak difference by hovering over the change that you would like to stage and selecting stage change. Alternatively, you can use the global stage button. There we are again with another YouTube spam link. Thanks for that. To get a full screen difference experience, blah blah blah, promote by clicking the promote document option on the top right corner, or by using Ctrl Alt Home. Ctrl Alt Home. Okay. Commit stage changes. Once you finish preparing your commit by reviewing and staging the changes you would like to include, you can create a commit using Git Changes window by providing the commit message and clicking Commit Staged. I thought that was already in there. Okay, cool. Git tooling. Git Studio now consumes 46-bit Git for Windows. .NET Productivity, we added new code fix for parameterless constructors inside of structs. We added support for string syntax attributes, so you will get syntax highlighting in Visual Studio based on the type of data that the string represents. Quick Info will now display signatures of anonymous delegates. Double-clicking the inline parameters or type hints will now insert parameter of type names. We added a new refactoring that removes unnecessary lambda expressions and calls the method group directly. In C#11 we added a new language feature called raw string literals. We now have refactoring to convert a normal or verbatim string literal to a raw string literal. Details of what's new in the release. Why is this duplicated in here? Convert to raw string. Does it take away the backslashes? New line. Okay. So let's have a look at Visual Studio because it's now ready. Launch it. Blazor Add-in. If it's waiting for me to finish. Is it loading? Yes. Let's close all these pages for now and run and see what we have. Close all. Yes, everything closed. Now let's run this and see what we got from last week. This will, if I'm correct, build a local host version of the manifest that we automatically have deployed now based on the, oh, this is release. I should switch to debug. So this one will be the non-localhost version. I would think if we look at the manifest here, this is the online version. That's running the deployed version from Azure, that's this one. So let's close that and have a look at this one. That's localhost, but it's not loaded by Word if we load the manifest. So we have to do this again. We can close the installer for now. Now we are going to switch to debug. Now we have, if we rebuild this, that should now copy the other manifest file. They are switching to localhost. Interesting, this modified thingies. That's the new thing in this preview. Oh, there you are. That's cool. See the differences? That's nice. A nice feature that they added. Very cool. Yeah. Nice. And you should be able to switch to inline option. Inline mode. Like this. That's more like what we had with source safe. For the older people among us. Not sure which one I like better. Which one do you like best? Inline side-by-side mode. I think this is more obvious to show you what is changed or not. Well, it's a cool new feature. I like that a lot. So run this again, F5. So this will be the local version of the add-in that we are loading in Windows Word. Blank document. Let's make sure that we reload the local host version again. Localhost, there it is. Add. Load this. Blazor add-in localhost to make it obvious that we have the localhost version set up. There we put in some paragraphs and insert controls, content controls I should say. Modify content controls. Now we tag the content controls with odd and even, depending of if it's odd or even. And you can also do some switch to other pages, do some Hello World things there. And there's something similar to what the first page is doing, but it's doing it more granularly. Bring in the paragraphs. If we go into here and go to the page, which one is that? Not the index, that's the home page. Hello World, second page. And then we have the content control details page. That's the one who's doing the same thing as the home page, but then this one, I should say. Why is it not indenting? Is there a typo in between? I think there's a bug in here. Because this one should be going there. It's not no longer recognized here as items that should be collapsible. Let's close the Solution Explorer. Let's try again. View Solution Explorer. And that's not right. That's a bug. Let's print screen that. I said, let's print screen that. There we are. That's a bug. That's not right. These items should all be in like a tree, because this C# item should be below the Razor item, and the Razor JS should be at the same level as CS, but there's no tree hierarchy in here. Is there somewhere where we can post a bug? Send feedback, report a problem. Search first. We are going to search first. Blazor file nesting not working. Looks like this one. January 25. We are in the month late. Go to details and discussion. In the screenshot attached, I see a problem with nesting JSON files. Where's the attachment then? Dynamically file nesting feature is currently only available in preview builds for non-web projects. Due to some performance issues that we are working to resolve, you can track progress I'm very new to software. Do you think that I start sharing my project on GitHub right away? And should I wait until I have experience? No, you should put it on right away. And whoever can comment on it, let them comment on it and go into the discussion to discuss what you think or not. And maybe you have valid points to do it in the way that you already did it. But often you get some great suggestions by the one commenting to your code. Or you might even have built something super special that is adopted by a lot of people already. And then you're going to lift on going viral with your code. Let's see, you can track progress on the issue, project system issues, something like that. Yeah, so it's a duplicate at least. This will also entail removing all feature flag handling logic since features will already be enabled. No problem. What's a CPS file? Oh, okay. So apparently this is a known bug. What was I doing? I was testing my control, my add-in here, and I wanted to show you, but it's a little bit hard to find now, that the content control details in here, they're now split up into separate parts, like a clear document, and insert paragraph, and replace paragraph, paragraph count. That's not used at this time. Respect for your work, thanks. And what work specifically do you mean? Really do a lot of things. What shall we do? What I wanted to have a look at is going through my own blog post here, copy and bring that in. This is actually on my old blog post, so I should be able to have migrated this to the new version as well. No, let's make it, yeah. Soft as in software.com, where you also have a reference to all my old videos. Why is this one not updated? I'm missing one. I think the current video is not in here, the one that's currently live. Let's have a look if it's published on YouTube, that we are actually streaming live. There it is, it is live. Yeah, learning. Me too. I'm also learning. And I'm learning from you as well. From all of you in the chat. So feel free and interact and bring in your own code things, and even go to, for instance, my GitHub application and bring in your code there as well. By bringing in a pull request, for instance. So this is having all my videos on there, but what was I want? Yeah, wanted to go to my blog here, my blog pages. There should be. It should fix my header here because that's terrible. But I did that for the mobile version because if you, no, well, even for the mobile, it's not that good. Scroll down. Let's look here for request context. There you are. Continue reading. Oh, there's a picture missing there. Why is that failing? Ah, the picture is in fact in here. So it does exist. So why is that failing? Well, presenting my blog post there. Maybe refresh that? No. The other pictures are showing. Let's zoom it in a little bit. Stumbling my tongue. Why is this failing there? Blog software.com. Contacts uploads to 1708. Minimal code. It is right, so why is this failing here? Can we edit that? Fix that for this build, for this blog post? I need to log in then, maybe. Oh, so many subjects. No, that's not right, I think. Spell checker. Welcome to WordPress 5.9. Cool. But I wanted to go back to my page there. Here, refresh that. Still not there. Can we edit it now? Now that we logged in here? Where's the edit option? It says login. It thinks it's still not logged in. There we are. Still no edit option. Here, is that the one? Welcome to the block editor. Next. Make each block your own. Oh, they are already my own. Get started. Classic. Convert to blocks. I try to. Let's see how that works. We now have blocks. Image changes block style. Gallery. edit as HTML. Figure class, block image, source file, content uploads 2017, that's right, 8, minimal code 2. The thumbnail, is the thumbnail missing? Copy that. And then prefix that with my website. Something like this. It's on my other screen, but I will be right here with you. That one is missing. So why is the thumbnail missing? Okay, cool. In that case, let's remove the thumb from there. How do we close that? There it is. Fixed it. This is kind of ugly. This is the original. What are we doing? We are now fixing my blog post. So what if we put in something? This can go now. Now we want to put in type to choose a block. Quote. Code. Code. There you are. Write code. You do this for all. There's even a typo in there. Come on, guys, that's not nice. There's another one with code. How is that different? This is the word run version. So do the same thing with this. I'm probably the only one reading this, but that's no problem at all. This is the other option. like this. No, it should be indented if I'm looking at it. Notepad is not my favorite code editor. And let's copy this. Copy, go back to the page over here. Delete that. And bring back the, where is it? How to get a minimal code running. Just before this one. Code again. It was already the top left. Right, I should say. And then we had this highlighted. And in this case it was a request control that we wanted to highlight. Let's save this. Where's the save? Preview. Still a lot of text in there. Lines, empty lines. Not too happy about that, but let's update it. At least the picture is back. And get back to the point that we were making. Because there's an option to do the await run thing as a complete section, but you can also do step by step by requesting context, then get a range, then insert some text, and then await the context sync again. But then you do it all, you do it all by yourself. Minimal word method. Not sure what my minimal word method was. Oh, that's automatically run. Yeah. We are going to trigger this by a button in my case. So let's go back to the add-in now. Here, stop the website. Don't save it. We can close this one. Stop the. Oh, there's no need to click this. We're not debugging right now. So what we want to do here is do a little test there. Let's copy the hello world maybe. Or maybe even the other one. Content control details, the step-by-step item. Copy, paste. Let's make that request context. Yeah, the downside of this not nesting now is that we also don't have the CS in there. Copy, paste. We have to rename it now. Copy, copy, no, this one, copy, razor, that's there. Now we have to copy the JavaScript as well, copy, paste, and rename that as well. Like this. Let's see. That should be request context demo. Context demo. This sample demonstrates how to use request demo context to do your own OfficeJS interaction interop. Let's see if this makes sense in a C# Blazor context. Let's remove all of this because that's not necessary in this one. You want to do some steps here. Because we don't want to do the what's the setup part here. Click setup. But the setup is obviously in the C# item, where we now have this all these individual steps. And we have to rename the class here, content control detail. That should be request context demo. Now we lost all the issues here. So what do we want to do here? Go to my blog post. We want to first get the context. Request context. And with the context do other things. Let's first put them all in one function. Copy, that's it, copy. And then we're going to insert paragraph. Should be something in there calling the insert paragraph. I hope you can still follow what I'm doing. Content controls details, that's not right. That should be request context demo Razor.js. to pick the ones from here. Insert paragraph, that's this one. So let's leave this one in. Let's see, that's total body clear, yeah. Take that out. One too little. We're going to do the same thing as in the detailed one. To start with, just clear the document. Come on, I need the C# file. There it is. This clears the page. And why is it not found here? Clear does not exist in the current context. Request context demo. That should be okay. Why is this failing? Clear doesn't exist. Why does clear not exist here? Oh, it's clear document. Oh yeah, clear, I'll remove clear from here. Should adapt that from the other one again. This one. It was not lying. That will invoke the clear document thing. And this should be request context demo. Request context demo, copy. Not sure if that's necessary here. That's this one. The small one to identify that this is the JavaScript version. Request context demo member name cannot be the same as their enclosing time. Okay, yeah, that's true because that will interfere with this one. Like that. This one obviously is not working out. Build it. And we need a page for that to To activate on the add-in, so we need to go to the navigation then. That's the CSS. That's what you get if you don't get the hierarchy in there. So now we have 12 by 4, that's 3. This should be this one. Something like that. Let's run it and see if it's switching to that page at least. Loading our Blazor add-in. Now we have that's a bit big. Let's click on it. It is doing the new page. Oops, we do need to change that a little bit. Request demo there. The buttons should be renamed a little bit different. Run demo. Now we also need to, I'm dropping my mouse. Can you hear that in the stream? Go here. No, I go in here because I want to change this one by not using word run anymore. But now we are going to do something like this. Copy. Request context, that will return a context object, and with that we get the current selection, and in the current selection we insert some text after the current selection. But as we clear the document first, this should at least should work. Did I run it already? No. Let's fix that button as well, because that's a little bit big. Navigation menu there. No, this one. Let's strip the demo part. And run it again. There you are, that's much better. Let's run this in the context of Word, win Word. Blank document. Let's make sure that we load the latest version here. Show task pane. We now have 4 buttons here. Home home page. Well, this is actually the current one. Setup, insert content controls and edit them. Hello world. Now content controls the detailed version. And now request controls. Run demo. See, that also worked. And we now did not use the word run option. Where is it? Instead of using the word run function, we now went into requesting a control. With that, we could do something, get a selection, and with that, we inserted some text and we synced it. Now the question is, can we get this back from the system? To do that, I first want to play around a little bit by going into, what is it? Content control details version, I think, where I want to try to get the paragraph count back. Paragraph counter. There's paragraph count paragraphs, and there's a thingy in here. Uncomment. That requires to rebuild. But this one is the same as paragraph count as this one. Should be able to set that to something. So let's build this. Stop this first. Don't save. One or more following response headers have been removed because they are invalid for HTTP2 and HTTP3 responses. Connection, transfer encoding, keep alive, upgrade, and proxy connection. Google. Let's see what Google is saying for this. One or more of the following response headers have been removed because of what? They are invalid for HTTP2, HTTP3 responses. Connection, blah blah blah. Let's search for this part here. Gets flooded with following warnings. Yeah, that's what I have as well. To reproduce .NET New React something 6 run localhost exceptions. We move this issue to the backlog milestone. That was in June 2021. This means it's not going to be worked on for the coming release. Fixed. Should be fixed. You've read the contributor guide, code of conduct, blah blah blah. When using SPA services extension SPA proxy with development server using HTTP 1.1 and ASP.NET using HTTP/2, the console gets flooded with something. In case the connection to the client is using HTTP/2, don't forward the HTTP 1.1, only headers from proxy responses. And how is that solved? Don't forward something. Reviewed again. Much better. Deleted patch 1. That's where we came from. Added 6, preview 6. This milestone is closed. So what's the fix? Connection, where does it put it? Proxy, SPA proxy. I'm not aware that we are using that in Blazor. Can we go to the complete file? I wonder if this is in our code then. It is not. It is not. Not sure why this is. It's part of the. What you can do obviously is go into, say, temp, then go into command window, make directory 2022 02 February 17, that's today, cd 2022 02 17. That should be empty indeed. Let's open this with my terminal, because this is so fancy. C. Oh, I said C. No, C. Come on, guys. CD temp 2022 02 17. What? CD temp 2022 0217. There we are. .NET new Blazor WASM name test 2022 0217. That's not allowed. Name. There you are. I think it's either dash and then short, or dash dash and do then the long one. See, now we get 2. CD test code dot. Let's check what the Blazor WASM is now creating. Yes, I built it myself, so I trust all this stuff in there. Now we have program. There's not much different than what we already had in there. Run async. There. ASP.NET Core Components Web. Using Microsoft ASP.NET Components hosting. Then that's its own name. Builder, assembly host builder, create arguments. Add app, that's exactly the same. Add scoped. It's also the same. Await builder build run async, that's exactly the same. What I wonder is the project. I want to have a quick look at the project here. That's still 6. This is 602. 602. Maybe we need to fix that here as well. This one. 601. So we make that 602. Target Office version 15. Wasn't aware that we specifically targeted an Office version there. At least let's yeah, we have to rebuild it. Let's close this one, because we now check that it's correct. Rebuild and apply changes. Let's also run it. There we are, still running. Now we can see it's powered by 602. WinWord blank. Let's see what happens if we don't do anything. 602. Request context. Run demo. Still working. And now this first one. This now had this. No, this one. The content controls page should now have something like paragraph count. And it's not adding it. It's undefined, it's initialized, so now close this and just fake a number in there. Close this one by now. My ears itching for some, because it's warm under my headphones and I'm kicking my microphone. Should not do that. Let's go to the, which one? Content control detailed, this one. There's the button for the count paragraph, and there's the paragraph count item that's pushed in here. So let's fake this. If we do, oh, that's not right. Paragraph count, if we set that to, let's say 3. Cannot convert type into string. Okay. Yeah, this is returning a string. Why is that returning a string? Let's fake it till you make it. Let's see, it started here. Now this one. There's the count paragraph thing. I think it's not working in here. Yeah, it is, because it's not using Office in this case. So that's working. But now let's do this in the context of WinWord. Blank. This one. Content controls. Count paragraphs. Now it's putting 3 in there. Obviously completely independent of this one. Let's revert it back to what it was. Because this is proving that it's working. Why is there a setup button there? It's not set up. We can remove that. That's this one. We can remove that. Go back to the code from the back here. Let's have a look at the paragraph count. Rebuild and apply changes. Yes, please. Content controls. Control Shift. No, we need to run it from Word now because it's actually accessing the Word context here. There we are, blank. Run this again. Let's bring in the debugger. Oh, not full size. Console. WebSocket connection failed in error. Connection establishment. Connection reset. Interesting. I think the browser connection failed somehow. Let's go back here. Detailed setup. Yeah, we can put something in there. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or so paragraphs. Count paragraphs. And the return value is right. Number of paragraphs. Copy. This is from the JavaScript, I think. Nowhere to be found. That was from here. Why didn't it find that? So internally it comes with a proper value. If you look at that, it's this one, number of paragraphs 5. Then this one, but we don't get it in return. So what does this return? I think this should give something in return. JavaScript functions. Search here for something. Statements. Comments, variables, let, const, operators, arithmetic, assignment, functions. There it is. So there's no need to specifically say that you get something back, and that should be something like this. Because we're doing something like this. But this one is should return the value. Where we don't return anything. Return number of paragraphs. Save that. Close this. Don't save. Close that. You can close that by now. We don't need temp for now. Let's run this again. And start Windows Word again. WinWord. Content controls. Should call that something like step by step or something. Detailed setup to push things in. If you go in here, info, we now have pages, Word. Let's see if it's also giving the advanced properties, statistics, paragraphs 5. Go in here, it should return 5, count paragraphs. Still not returning it. So go inspect this. Console. See, it's still not returning it. But that might be because this maybe is not a string but an integer maybe. Let's see if we can break on this. Unbound. Apparently it's unbound. Now it's bound again. Is it? No. It's not stopping. Let's start this. Now it's unbound again. Unbound breakpoint. Breakpoint. When a breakpoint binds or becomes unbound. breakpoint can be bound at the time the call is made to the iDebug pending breakpoint. Can bind method bind create. The create time of the breakpoint are different. Interesting. Don't believe anything of that. Let's close this as well. Close the blog post. Let's see if we actually save this. Softtestingsoftware.com. Go to blog pages. Let's search for request context. Continue read. Yeah, it's fixed now. It's fixed. My old blog post is revived now. If you want to read this, I can put a link in the chat. Pass it into the batch function. Okay, well, we finished that already. Where is thing there? WinWord. Blank document. Put that in there. Bring up the task pane. Content controls. Put in some paragraphs in there. They should not be called content controls because I'm not putting any content controls in there. Count pages. That's still not working, so inspect it. Paragraph count is still not returned here. As I was not able to break it. So interesting to see what stuff they put in there already. It's a WebSocket URL. Update all locals, update CSS elements. This will show you all the insides of the Blazor part. I would expect to see also something like which one is this? Blazor demo. Well, that's the root where the body is replaced. First your browser link. Pages there. Oh, that was my mic again. Keep hitting my mic. Should relocate my mic somewhere from the front, I think. So my hands get around it instead of having it here on the side. Is there a way to break it in here? break. It did break. Yeah, this is getting looped, I think. Okay, let's go back to the application. Don't save. Go back to C# parts of this. This one. That's not allowed object. Google that. Invoke async. Return value. Blazor return value type. There's a string. This case it's nothing returning, but it's doing it in a parameter, I think. No, there's no output in here. Invokes JavaScript function and read a returned value. In this case, it's a variable. Interrupt results. Result of the ticket change call at price to string equals to interrupt result. The interrupt result is a variable in here, but it's giving it back by string. What if we just don't know what the value is there? Can we determine the type? It's also a string. This returns something else. That's the module. Return type T. Give some type back. The generic function. Cross components. Here's object. But it's not returning anything. Why is this using the object thingy? Hardened JavaScript intro calls, string. Map module, map instance. They all return strings. Unmarshaled. Invoke async, I need that specifically. T-value, Blazor University. That helped me real sometimes. Passing complex objects to JavaScript model. This is bringing in the person to the other side. Handing over person there to JavaScript. You should see the following when the button is clicked. Hello. Perform interop. This button click, that's this one. Accessing JavaScript return values. In this case it's a bool. So far we only used extension method invoke void async. We want to receive a return value from a JavaScript function. We need to use the invoke async t-value method. The following example, we invoke the a standard JavaScript confirm function, which returns a boolean, and the prompt function, which returns a string. But the thing is, I don't know what is returning here. Object, JavaScript. By the way, we can break, I think, in the browser. There's a word here, there. Inspect. And go back to sources, I think. Pages, this one. Then, oh, the return values not in here. Really? Okay, we have to reload it, I think, then. Close that. Don't save. Then run it again. Run it. F5. Content controls. Let's inspect this one. Inspect. Now look at the code here. Pages. And it's still not returning the thing there. Should we Control F5 this? Pages. Now it's returning it. Let's see if that's working in Word as well. Insert. My add-ins, shared folder, refresh this first and select the localhost version. There we are. Let's inspect the value on the specific page. Content controls. Inspect. Sources. Pages. And this is the one not returning. Oh, thanks for the follow. No, not follow. Rating. No, he's raiding again. 1 line. I heard a pling, so I think there was someone following. Let's see if this works. 1 lion. Yeah, it actually works. My stream is getting so sophisticated already. Even my shout out works. If you want to see advanced Blazor development, you go to 1 lion. And I guess he just terminated his own stream. He's almost streaming every day. Well, I think not almost, he's streaming every day. So that's quite an accomplishment. Mine's too sophisticated. Yeah, just stream elements. Mine is also stream elements, yeah. Sometime I want to build some bot Oh, you really? You're having holidays? Next Monday, only one day. What is it, a banking holiday or something like that? What's it in next Monday? That's 21st of February. What kind of holidays would you have on February 21st? Federal holiday. Okay. February 21st. President's Day. Yeah. We have something called King's Day. We have we are no republic, we have a kingdom. DC Edgy, DC from Washington DC. Where was my inspecting there? So, oh, I wanted to go to the sources. Now it's returning something. It's more of a year-long mattress sale day. Black Monday. I think they think of every day for some sales option. It's sale every day. I think even in the Netherlands, there's no real. Usually we should have sales early in the year when spring happens, and at the end of the year when the winter is coming. And but that's not done these days anymore. I think. Let's see if we can break it here. That works. Put in some paragraphs in there. Count the paragraphs. That's giving 5. Lurking turkey, yeah. Well, the turkey is more like Thanksgiving, isn't it? Let's run that. Oh, and refresh it. That's not what I wanted. Count paragraphs and then continue. No return value. Not sure why there's no return value there. I should be able to break in the Blazor part, not so much in thinking here. Let's try that. Pause in the debugger. Continue. Thanks for follow, Abadus. Abadus. Not sure how to pronounce your name. Where you from? Banking holiday, federal holiday. President's Day. Washington's birthday. That's the birthday by President Washington then? Or is it the birthday of the state? Or the... No, it's not the state. It's not the state of Washington. Thank you for following Dmitry Maximov Galera. Maximov Galera. That's a fancy name. Long name. Does that give you issues when you have to log in some locations where you have your username is too long? What was I saying? Where I use the username soft as in software. Official state holidays. Yeah, it's time to go travel again. It was way too long ago that since I went to the US. We planned to go there 2 years ago, to go to Florida to Disney World again. But they, thanks to our friends from COVID, they canceled our holidays. And we were not allowed to get in ever since. But it's starting to open up again. And I'm obviously distracted again. Let's go in here and click this one again. Why isn't it breaking in here? My breakpoint is not starting here. I mean, it's Mai. There he is again. Hello, just passing by. Happy coding and good night. Well, that's a swift Superman flying by, a flyby, and he's out of here again. Oh, and friends on Twitch can't see this because you're on YouTube. So that comment is not visible. Well, you can see it in my chat somewhere there. That's a mix of YouTube and Twitch comments. Not sure what the delay is between one and the other. I think there's a little bit more delay in YouTube, I think, before going on screen. Not sure why it was breaking here, but not in Visual Studio. What if I do this and reload this? That's debugger. Which one? Yeah, that's the wrong debugger. I want this debugger. And it is running. I think if you refresh this one and you click on here, that will break, but this will fail because there is no paragraph count invoked from Office at this location. So if I continue, it will probably fail. See, reload. Try it from here. Refresh. Count paragraphs. It's not breaking. Why is it not breaking? Can I attach this to some other browser then? Browser link dashboard. There are 2 connections. No. Refresh link browsers. Will that also refresh this one? Let's do that. Now, I don't call that refreshing. Oh, it is reloading here. But interesting, it's mentioning start. So if I press this one, that's doing nothing because it's not attached. Tools, debug, attach debugger maybe. Attach the process. Yeah, that's not working. Should select Win Word then maybe. This one. Attach. Don't think this will work because it should attach to the browser in here. Let's close this again. Don't save. So run it again. So it will attach to this one, but not on Word. Content controls, that's the same page, but I don't want to do this one here. I want to do this on Windows Word. Blank page. Let's insert this to be sure. Shared folder, refresh this, localhost version, add. There we have this one. My guess is that this will still not break if I do something like this and then click this one. It's not breaking in the browser. In Visual Studio, I should say. Attach, where is it? Attach the process. Connection target. Oh. Private networks, okay. This is the first time I did that here. Nothing. Word. No. There's also this other option, but it probably won't show a thing. Developer. Debug. No. Debug, Word, OfficeJS. From Visual Studio, from Ctrl-Shift-D, but yeah, then you get the JavaScript item, but I want to Microsoft Office Add-in Debugger. Is that still valid? But this is for Visual Studio Code, I think. Yeah. Run as an admin. This is the process, I think, host something. The JavaScript part, that's not the issue. That's easy to do. And that's the tricky part because Blazor is not supported by the Office team. Although there's nothing special, I would say, if we do things like this. But it's also not triggered from this thing. So the thing is, we should be able to connect to another browser. Browser link setup. Add the Visual Studio Web Browser link package to your project for ASP.NET Core race pages. Also enable runtime compilation, but this is server side, it's not WASM. App user use browser link. I think that should be already in place, if you ask me. Two browsers connected. No current connections. In my case, you see two connections, I think. This one and this one. Because if I clear this one, stop this one, will the other one disappear? No. There it is. Now one went away. So does it support only one browser? I should not think so. So let's turn it around then. Open WinWord. Blank document. Hit this one. Content controls. Let's put some paragraphs in there, 5 to be exact. Count paragraphs. No, let's go first to the Visual Studio. Now we have 2. Let's see if we can shut this one down and keep the connection alive. And it's not, because it's stopping it. There's still one in here, by the way. Refresh. And it's refreshing this one. Now we have 2. Why is 2? Now there's 1. 1 left. Let's see what happens if we click the button there. It's not stopping, so it's not actively connected here. Web browser. Yeah, that's tricky. It is Edge, but Script debugging is disabled. Web browsers, browse with. Browse with nothing. Start without debugging, that's not what I want. If I start it, it will just open another one, I think. This is doing nothing. I have a connection in here and there's no way to connect. Properties, no. No options at all. These are only the installed versions, I think, but I want to connect to this one and not so much this. Let's see, this is Microsoft Edge. Let's see if we can attach it to a process or something. Reattach the process. It did connect to something, but this one is not right. See, it's not breaking at all, but it is attached to something. Not sure what it's attached to, but refresh. No. Come on, how do we connect this to the internal version of Word? Attach. Should be something like host win host something. GPU. There's Edge again. Edge web view. You do have a web view, by the way. How many web views are there active? And it is a web view too. So which one is it? This one. Is it? Would that be the one? think it is. That's interesting. Let's try it on that one. This one, attached to process. Will it pick it up? It probably is not. It's not doing anything. Stop this. Then debug. Attach the debugger. Let's find the web views again. Here. Untrusted. Why is it untrusted? Web view, what's there more to say there? What's there more in web view actually name? We utility, storage service, network service, GPU process, crash pad, live coder. V is WebView Cache 7. Let's try it again, this one. Show process 3. Why are there so many web views in here? These are the only ones related. This is the document, and there it is. Let's try attach this one. Then it breaks. The breakpoint is stopping. Let's do it from the, maybe from the Razor page. Can you put a breakpoint on this? What's this thingy? Show the changes. Must say that's really fancy. Let's do this. Can we do that? Breakpoint on there? No. 9. No option to break on this. Thanks. We have a spam link again from Moon Norris on YouTube. These links don't work, so I'm not sure why these bots are putting them in. Go to definition. That's found, so why is this not working? must match source. Let's try another one. Attach the debugger. Attach the process. That's the downside if you do things that are not supported yet. WebAssembly. Yeah, that's this one. Word. The book building. Yeah, that's this one. That's this page. This is running apparently in the process of Explorer. Select window. Oh, select window. Maybe that's an option. So don't filter this, but just select window there. Select window. And there's no option there. Yeah, that's the one that we already found. Although this is maybe a little bit different. Let's try that. No, still not active. Attach the process. It should be one of the web view thingies there. It is the embedded one. Yeah, that's the one, the Word version. Why is it all the way off screen? User data directory, users, live coder, and something in Office. Why didn't this not give me the attach option? Happy Thursday. Only half an hour left for Thursday, for me that is. Defines. It's 11:30 at my side. So this one, you can't attach this one. You can attach this one. Oh. Defines like dictionary, like the dictionary. Yeah. That defines it. Why did it stop attaching? So that was not the right one. We can go by one maybe, but not sure if that's useful. That's something different. If only we could recognize something there. Apparently it's also stripped at the end. Web view exe name is WE. Service sandbox. GPU. prefetch. There's this one, is that also? Yeah, that's the one that we started with. But that's not a web view. If only we could see which one was happening, if we maybe if we reload it or something like that. Let's make a screenshot of the program IDs. Web view, or maybe we should pick the web view host. Is that an option? What screen will it put it? Create a snapshot, but I don't see the selection. So let's select this one. .NET 4 code. Native. Let's try that one. Nope. Have a look at the task manager here. Because this is the one. There's so many of them. Also wonder why Node is in here. Apparently it's something. This one. Looks like it's we're not going to find it. Where's the edge? There's edge. Web view. All the same web views. What if we close this one? Close that. Close this. Close that. This is still running. There's no indication of what's running here. This is the server that we are attached to. .NET, maybe connecting to .NET. I was thinking maybe we should have a few less web views now, but I think they were replicating each other. To Word here. There. Yeah. There's also no process tree in here. What's with the Process Explorer? I think Google Process Explorer. This is internals. it. You should be able to run it online these days. Run now from sysinternals live there. Yeah, come on, you can do it. Oh, there it is. Open. Let's have a look here at Word. Tum, tum, tum. Devenv. Come on guys, it's a very small font in here. Can we find filter by name here, Word? Nothing. Web view. There it is. Prefetch. Not sure. Can you read it from the chat? It's a very small font, and I don't think I can resize it. I don't have my Zoom it installed. I think here. Host version. Phishing detection. Very interesting. All these things. Word. What's this thing called again? Blazor Add-in. Can we filter on that? Blazor. No. There's this thing. Try to do the same here. There. Oh. The owning process is WinWord. Currently visible is not currently visible. Okay. Drag over window. Okay. There it is. Okay. That's 18348. 18348. Oh, and I'm hitting the microphone again. 18348. This is interesting. .18348. That's good information, I think. Let's go in here. Debug. Attach 18348. And that's not visible. This one. Yes. And we're not allowed to attach. Why are we not allowed to attach to that? Darn it. So that's the right one. But we're not allowed, and that's indeed the WinWord version. So let's stop this again. No. Stop. No, we should not stop that. Let's start it again. Try to attach again. Something's throwing up. Not sure what happened. Go to MS WebView 18348 something. This one. Now we can attach. Yes, the WinWord version again. But my guess is that this won't bring in the break mode again. No. I think it's a dead end here. Apparently the WebView 2 is not attaching to the browser. Google attach browser to WebView 2. Attach debugger, I should say. To open DevTools, if you're viewing a WebView 2 app, but focus on the WebView control and do one of the following. Yeah, then you get the browser debugger, but that's not what I want. Debug add-ins on Windows using Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code not attaching with Office running WebView 2. Let me guess that's something that yeah. And who do we have here again? That's me. Restore. Other thing to keep an eye for, make sure you specify the host name in the JSON. Yeah, that's when you launch it from Visual Studio Code and not so much from Visual Studio. I created even a video for that. But that's all without. That's without Visual Studio. Pretty sure that is. Because it's Visual Studio Code where you create a launch thingy there. And then you connect it to the host info thing on the task pane. But even then you're debugging the JavaScript file, I think. Yes, that's the JavaScript debugging. That's not what we're looking for here. We're looking for the C# debugger. So that doesn't help. This is one of my popular videos. 1500 times already seen here. And especially for the Office developer thing, that's a high number. What options do we have? using something like this browser link, but it's only showing it. You can't do anything with it, and it's not stopping either. Let's see if we can do something with the output for this console. Number of paragraphs. Is that initialized? Yes, this, like in here. But in this case, it's an integer, I think. Let's put that in there. And that's not allowed. Paragraphs. Yeah, that's not available yet until I click this one. Now you have 5. Paragraphs. Paragraph count, closure. Part of the module. Paragraph count is this one. This function. There we are. Name, paragraph. No, that's not the function. Scopes. How do I get the type of that? Is that just an object or what is it? Step. Where did it go? Number of paragraphs is now not available. There's the 5. Did it return that? Showing that it's giving something back. That's the breakpoint. This one. logger. This is the, I think this is the return value, but F5. Oh, that took too long. Did it fail? My process is gone. Reload. I think it stopped debugging something. Set up startup projects. Usually what I do with a Word add-in is if we do something like, let's try that. If you create a new one, Fish Studio Preview, if you create a new project, but that's not a C# project, but that's Word web add-in. Next, let's make that today 2002-17, and then we have .NET Framework there. Create. Creating the project. It's not that big, guys. It should be done much quicker than this. Debug C# Web View 2. DevTools. Yeah, DevTools, that's in the browser again. Come on. I don't want it in the browser. Oh, wait, there's an option. Back to here, Fish Studio. JavaScript diagnostics. Debugger type. Ah, that's interesting. If you use the WebView set virtual host name to folder mapping method, the debugger in Visual Studio 2019 doesn't understand the virtual source path thingy. Let's have a look at this here. Before you begin, make sure the following requirements are met. Debug scripts. The app must be launched from within Visual Studio. You cannot attach the debugger to a running. That's the problem. So instead of running the browser, it should run Word, I think. And that's also done like this one with this. If I run this, it will automatically kick in Word F5. So maybe you should do the same thing here. Build started. See, this one kicks in Word. And we get a show task pane thingy there. And it's loading something, but I'm not sure what. Really takes the time to load, and it's failing. Let's reload it. Maybe that's because the other one is still open. Let's close this one. There it is. So it was interfered by the other one, apparently. So this one is, let's see if the security thing, this is also Microsoft Edge. So in this case, it should be attached to this one. You can improve startup performance by auto-hiding collapsing the browser link dashboard. That's this one. This is this the test file? It is Word Web Add-in, 0 connections. The question is, why does it give 0 connections here? If we just refresh, maybe. There's no option to refresh. Let's look for highlight in here. Highlight. Highlight button. Should be able to find highlight with a bang. Why is that not visible? select some text. Select some text. There's the button. There's the scripts. So let's see how this triggers Word to start up. Properties. So it starts two things in here. It starts the web host. And it also starts the web add-in, that's this one. Properties. Debug. Let's stop the process here. I think in here there's some logic in there to get Word triggered from the browser, from the project. Build events. Start project. I think that in here, the properties, if you go to the properties of this, no, not from the web, from this one, properties, I would think properties here, maybe properties here. Unload project. There you are. This is doing some tricky things to kick in Word. Web Word Add-in XML. I think that's the manifest. Debug. Advanced. No. Yeah, that's in here. Start document. So there is some tricky things there. Start action. This has the Office desktop client. But that's not defined in the manifest file. It must be in the project. This is a specific file. Go to open in File Explorer. So you have two things. You have the web and you have the Word add-in that's triggering the Word startup. Good. And this is always challenging to deep dive in the things from the website, from the application I mean, without knowing what it is. Generate a client secret. Target Office version. Minimum. Start when Word in debug Visual Studio. This is in German. Start external project program. I tried that, didn't solve. I found a different solution. I added a link to the Word action under project properties debug. Start external project. Where's my thingy there? Here. Properties. And then debug. Debug there. Compile, save, remove output, generate. Specify a root directory or source maps. Specify a root directory. Where do I put the external application here? Command line arguments, working directory, URL, launch browser indicates that the web browser should be automatically launched when debugger, and that's done in there. Run external application, debug, Blazor, C#. just want to start an external program. Pilot on the core, start debugging. Debugging. Start application. Call this external application misschien, maybe. External. That's the same thing we previous had already. It used to be very simple if you just go to debug something. Create open assembly resources. Don't want to open the resources. Snapshot debugger. No. TSX module system. Recompile. Specify root directory or source maps. No. Debugging. Run on build. Package license. project URL. Let's post build event. Startup object. Oh, okay. That's not editable. Output type. All these things to just try to debug some C# output in Word. Let's bring that back. Let's see if we can see what it's changed here. The project file. Only the 3 versions to 6.02, nothing else, so that's good. This is an interesting thing because this defines that it will actively start Word, I think, with the Word web add-in. That's this one, that's the manifest, but this one doesn't show any debug information, I think. Tricky things there. Well, let's not waste too much time on this. Let's focus on the output of this thing. Close that. Clean it up a little bit here. Task Manager. We know the web view, but we can't attach it unless we can start it from Visual Studio. We may need to get back to that later on. But this is not returning anything, and this is string. Let's make this a var, maybe, because we don't know what it's returning there. This is the call to the counter of the paragraphs. There's no way to make this var, I think. That's not allowed. Object. Run this. Why is this blocked? Debug. There it is. That's not how you type in Word. Blank. Let's reload it to be sure that we have the latest version. Refresh. That's the one. Inspect. Now we have to put in the paragraphs first. Count paragraphs. Five. Just takes too long, I think. Let's do this. Reload. Now it's reloaded. Count paragraphs. Why is it failing? Object is not set to references. Oh, that's not allowed apparently. Pages content control count paragraphs in line 61. Line 61. 61, that's this one. So it is not returning anything. Let's rebuild now. It's applied successfully. Go in here, reload. Now it worked, but I think it simply got nothing in return. Let's try it something completely different then, because I know. Let's make this a string again. String. And make that a string as well. Paragraph, string. Now do it the other way around. From here, go to definition. Unable to find it, so it should be in here. So now do something sneaky there. Let's make that 6 so that we know that's something different. Save, rebuild and publish changes. Shouldn't be that hard to just interrupt with a little bit of OfficeJS and C#, I think. My guess is that the paragraph counts returning something completely different. Go to Word again. It's always almost half past 12. Insert my add-ins, shared folder, refresh, add. Let's go in here. All the controls. Let's go to inspect. See if the code is updated. It's not. Ctrl F5. Pages. Now it should return 6 as a string. And still not returning it. How do we get the value of this to show? Must be something off here. Invoke async, Blazor, dum dum dum, counter state, public static class. Modifying it, something blah blah blah. There's the example using it. Looks like something completely different, is it? JavaScript. Back to the basics, I think. This one, that's not returning a thing, void. And read returned value. So in this case we have a string 0. Value task ticker changed. Where's ticker changed? Invoke then. Interrupt result from JavaScript class ticker changed. Await. Do I have an await? Yeah. JavaScript class, that's this one. JS interrupt classes 2. That's this one. This is injected, like here. Implement iDisposable. That might be important. So now easy example. Location of JavaScript. Return prompt something. Result is a string. Await prompt. There we go again. Doing it again. Show prompt. Where's the JavaScript version of this? This is JavaScript. Show prompt. But a prompt is not allowed. What does a prompt return? Generic method string. Reference elements across components. looks like they all take a nullable string. Value task. Different timeouts. Returns an instance of a string obtained by JSON deserializing the return value. Runtime, invoke open there. Is this one? But it's not returning a thing. Data. This is doing the test method, but then there's data in there. JSON string enum converter. Runtime. What is your name? I don't have a prompt option in Word, so don't do this with Word. JSON JavaScript to .NET Bridge. It creates this class. JavaScript invocable. Pass.NET object to JavaScript. It's the other way around. .NET samples get value text area reference. This one. Get value. Returning a promise. JavaScript to .NET. Invoke method. JavaScript.NET samples, this one. Set.NET reference. .NET reference. That's putting it in. And put it in there. JSON stringify. This is something I saw in my other project as well. JavaScript, JavaScript samples. I don't want to alert something. JavaScript isolation. Let's return a value. This returns a value. Would love your thoughts. Why is this showing up chatbot in between? Please provide your email. This is returning a complete object, I think. Email details, like an object in there. This is an interesting example. Let's put that aside. Now let's first take this part. Where is it? But I don't want to take the prompt. to call. There's the show alert, what we want to do with a value. To return a value, there it is. Export function. Let's copy that. And that should be in here. No, in the JavaScript. For this one, I think. No, for the top one, this one. Email registration, message. Let me just put the message in the result. The prompt, what does it give? A string. It returns a string. Declare function prompt as a nullable string. So let the result be the message itself. There's a typo in there. Provide. But this one won't be used. Return message. Go back to the code here. Then we have a button called register email. Register email is doing this, and that will contain this one. Copy. Go to the C# file. Where is it? This one, private string. So this is not a property, but it's maybe that's the difference. That should be this one. Copy JavaScript module. And then remove that. That should be a result. Then this one, copy. Count paragraphs. But this is not shown on the page yet. That should be this. Copy into the Razor file. Save. Apply or rebuild changes. Then close Word here. Don't save. Non-nullable field. it's tricky because I forgot to bring in, because I don't prompt anything. I just bring in the text there already. Please provide something. And a message. So this message should be Joe at docus.nl, maybe something like that. And run this again, because that will be returned as well. Break still won't work. Content controls. Now this should be running also outside Office. This text is returned. So why is the other one failing? This is working. So why is the paragraph counter not working? Because we're doing the exact same thing. Well, we have to do two things. Paragraph count, that's the application. We don't put anything in. Is it because it's not a field? Let's try that. If we don't make it a property but a field, something like that. Let's first do it exactly the same thing, private. Save. Like this, F5. Load this into Word. Insert, my add-in, shared folder, refresh, add, there it is, inspect, let's see if the code is the same, pages, no, not pages. I should go to the other page first. There. Inspect. Sources. There. Control F5 to make sure that's the right one. Calling the wrong function again. Is it? Do we still call the email thing? I do both. This one is enabled, this one is not. So go to the JavaScript file then, let's do a compare. That's a const. Oh. Const return message equals to 6, maybe. Return message. There's something left there. Copy, make that comment. Now we do nothing more than just providing a 6 there. Oh, now I messed my thingies up. That's that one. And that's still from the run. Comment all of this out. Let's stop it and try again. But this must be the exact same thing. Now it's returning it. So what's the difference there? Even if we just return a number, let's see what happens then. Let's make that 7. Run it, see if that's working. No, that's not the wrong one that I wanted to do. I needed this one to run. That's not working. Probably because that's not a string. Inspect. Reload. Console. That's giving a big error. Could not be converted to a string. Yeah. So now let's see if we create something like an int from this. Make that an int. Five. Go to the content controls. That worked. Okay. Now go to code again. The question is, can we do this? Not sure why it needs to be a const in this. But let's just try, see what happens. Now we need to load this in Windows Word again. Otherwise we don't get any paragraph numbers back. Insert, my add-in, shared folder, refresh, select, add. Now we have this one. Let's do Ctrl F5 to make sure that's the latest version. Inspect. It's already set to 0, that's interesting. That's not working. Inspect. Go to console and click the thingy there. Could not be converted to int32. That means the JSON value cannot get value of a token. null as a number. So why is this returning a null? So if you go to the sources there, pages, put a break in there, reload, count paragraphs. That's a 5. If you go step in, that's still a 5. The question is what's in there. What does it create from this? Return message. GitHub. Apparently it's some sort of different type there. Paragraph items length. Code 46. There's a task pane there. It's my looks like my code, but let's have a look. Also log paragraph items length. One node table. apparently there is also paragraphs in OneNote. Some way to check for return. That's not working. No paragraphs found. Else. That's interesting. Let paragraph be something. Parse int. Would that be an option then? Why is it not changed? Oh, there's no option to do that, so stop that then. Let's show how that's done. Go to the JavaScript file. This one. There's a string. I don't think it's a string. Insert. Shared folder, refresh, load, add-in. Must be so close to this. Inspect. It's reloading. Smart. Unhandled. That's not allowed, apparently. Starting.NET 5, there's an option to deserialize numbers that are represented by as JSON string instead of throwing an exception. Newtonsoft. Should be .NET 6. 6. JSON convert int. I've seen this before in my other project. Let's see. That's not. There was an API call. The project. Man, it's half past one already. I need to get up at 6 again. Let's search here for Jason. Camel case. It's got something in return. So let's which page is this? Gear page. So this project has a Nougat package. Nougat. Installed. Which one? Let me see where the serializer is coming from. JSON serializer. System text. Stop this show. And go to the C# side. Then we have this one. There's an options thingy, and now we want to do something like this. Int test. Should return an int. And the response stream. Question is, can we put this in there? Oh. And that's not allowed. Because that's not a stream. Other overloads. Only streams. These are only streams, I think. there's nothing either. So it always works when I just do something like 7, 5. So coming from number of paragraphs to something like an integer, I need to find out why it's returning something different. In Word. Sources. No, I don't need index. I want this one. Let's reload it. I don't need to press F5 here. It should just continue, not reloading it. No. Now this also fails. What? Console. I thought it was just working. Maybe only outside Word? No. So what did I change there? I think this was working. Let's run this. first win-word blank. Let's refresh this. Sources, check pages, checkmate. Yeah, string, that's good. Now return. Don't hit F5, guys. Just continue. But now it's not showing here. Now this one is empty. I think I'm not thinking clear anymore. Close this, don't save. This is not the same. Return message. If it's in the context of the word run, is that not returning it then? Because if I do this, comment, save, 5. That's showing. So why is it not showing in the context of word run? Insert. Maybe it just was failing the to get the paragraphs. I don't know. Insert my add-ins, shared, refresh, select, add, hit, content controls. That's working now. Little step, do this, uncomment, number of strings, paragraphs. paragraphs. To string. Sigh. Word. Blank. Insert. My add-ins. Chat folder. Add. Open. Content controls. Inspect. Let's see the sources here. Yeah, that should be good. Word. And that's not working. Five? Really? Okay, let's close this. It's actually working, guys. So if I copy this, all of this, copy, count paragraphs, 12. It's actually working. Man, why did it take so long? That's put some applause in there. Should be a better solution for this, but let's clean it up a little bit. Don't save. Don't save. Close this. There's another one. How many do I have open here? Don't save. What if I just now do something like this? Return. Is there also to int something? To fixed. Value of. Returns a number, okay. Now, let's keep it for now as a string. Let's build this. Let's quickly check if it's working. Word. Blank. Let's Daredevil. Content controls. put something in. 5. The text is still in there. That should be removed. Cool. That still works. Don't save. Close. So we need to do some things here as well. The register email can now go. Clean that up as well. Save. And now I want to see if I can also make that a property again. This can go. And I want the button above the paragraph counter. So run this. Win words. All the controls. Detailed setup. Count paragraphs is 5. So now let's do it a little bit different, because I want to call this one right after this setup. Count paragraphs. That means this button can go now. Count paragraphs in the C# file. No, so that's not possible. Yes, it is. Because I do this in here and then I call this one. That's still the same. Yeah, so we just need to remove the button here. So run it. In the meantime, we can close this one. Win word again. Paragraph counter is nothing at this time. return 5 because I always generate 5. Let's put a little break in there. For aesthetics. Maybe put that in there. Paragraph count now not initialized. So what if we make this property again? Equals to 0. To do convert to paragraph number. Run it again. Oh, now for naming violation. Because now it's a property. Now it requires capital P. Five. Windward. The controls, and the output is 5. Let's reload this again. Home, content controls, that works. Cool. At least we got some things to work. Let's save. Let's see what we changed this today. We added context pages, resource designer. That's really not necessary. And resource, we don't want that either. Delete. put it as a menu item in. And we don't want the resources in there. X output there. Save. What was changed in the manifest here? Yes, but that will be switched when I go to release. One razor, two razor. What's changed in this then? Oh yeah, this is the request context file menu. This should add one menu item. Yeah. Okay, let's add another request context. Added request context demo interacting with JavaScript return values. Commit all and sync. I had to rebuild this first. Pretty sure that it will be giving me another one. There you go, because the manifest is now changed. Forgot to reset the manifest. Now go to GitHub. See if our actions are kicking in. Go to repositories. It's already there. Blazor Add-in. Actions. Oh, did I just close it? Blazor Add-in. Actions. You only need one. Is there any retention on these things? clean it a little bit while we are waiting. To be a little bit productive. Delete the last one. This one still in there. Let's have a look if it's still working. WinWord. This would now load the non-local version. Shared folder. Now it's a non-local version, the Azure function version. Show task pane. We now have 4 menu items. The request context control, demo, that still works. Content controls, detailed setup, and that's also working. Cool. Basically, all targets. Managed to get all targets done. It's now all checked in. That's good. Let's see. We have 5-hour stream to do 2 small minor thingies. That's really slow. And we still need to convert it to integer information, not like strings, to pass that through. Let's go to the main window and wrap it up. So by now it's Friday, February 18 already. It's almost weekend. I have about 4 hours sleep before I have to get up again. So I'm really looking forward to that. So thanks everyone for watching, and see if we can have someone to rate. Microsoft developer Iris John Games. I think he can be rated. Thanks everyone. See you later, and see you next time.